Whoa. Yep. Okay. That's thing number one. Unfortunately, I have no idea how copyright is. So I'm not going to. So I don't know if I should pop music on the screen because not only am I dealing with one very odd copyright thing, I'd be dealing with three at this point. So I have no idea what I would be able to do. Um, I need to edit this down because it's fine. I need to figure out how it is that I can thingy because it's like the last software I was using would allow me to automatically do this, and this one kind of doesn't. So I need to manually edit everything. Creative. I don't know what it is. Huh. Okay. That's Okay. The categories have changed. That's saying yeah. So yeah. Once again, I really need to also get a swinging be right back loading screen back up here because I don't have one because it's on the other swinging system. I'm gonna make a new one anyway. Apologies if I sound a little bit tired. I have been very busy and I'm also in a lot of muscular pain because I have been busy. I don't know why I'm doing that. I can just copy and paste the description down here. Double check that it's not doesn't think I still am playing Helldivers. No, it doesn't. At least it shouldn't. Oh yeah, I should also enable this. Open up chat. When it decides to open because I keep forgetting to do it. Right, okay, chat should be turned on. Hmm. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool. So that should be everything, right? Um, and don't really need the thingy. What do I though? I'll put it on anyway. Okay. Well, probably should have opened Speakonia anyway. Why did I close Speakonia? I'm going to need it. I need Smeggin voice acting for my thing. So I don't know how well this is going to be thingied. Because like I've been using this for over 10 years. So the idea that okay, that's at 0. Why isn't it at 0?
Okay.
There we go. So this, this thing. There we go. Okay, and we are live. Welcome to Lister's channel. I am a person who goes by the name Listers. Happy Clock Day, everyone. Is it, halfway through Clock Day? Yes. And I've not done anything. Whoops. And yeah. Um. Well, I can't say anything. At the very least, I'm trying to do something on Clock Day, and I don't have any sort of graphics tablet or anything this time round, unfortunately. Um. I thought I would have when I bought this setup. Uh, Turns out I did. It didn't. Not every pen is compatible with every touchscreen, and the touch screens that pens that I thought would be compatible probably aren't. Or at least I can't prove they are. So I'm using every trick in the book I can to get this out as fast as possible. Um, but at the same time, it just looks like there's so much less here than there usually is. We're going. No, I don't know if that contrasts a little too much or anything because I've got a colorblind filter, and of course the first Smeggin chat I get is a Smeggin advert. Right, delete. Yeah, Smeggin. That's once again the thing of like I'm Smeggin. I'm fine if Smeggin want to post this kind of stuff. I'm not fine with the idea of Smeggin. Like once again, I like like I don't mind if I'm streaming to 0 because, I'm doing this for fun. You know, fun is important. Right. I'm just doing this out of tradition at this point. Although, once again, like, I don't know how this is going to go down because, like, there are old traditional things that were like, yeah, this was because people didn't always, I like I feel like I'm going to get more flack these days for using robot voices, as people would call them. Despite the fact it's really an old tradition that it does go back about 20, at least 20 years now. I think over 20 years, right? And it came from the fact that back in those days, not everybody had microphones. Microphones were not easily accessible back then. Neither were webcams. Like, I mean, still, it's not like I have a webcam now, but still. Um, Nonetheless, it's like I have been thinking of the script for a day, and so I literally have only come up with what I want to make today. So I'm gonna hope that this works and it's funny because I have no idea. Um, clock body. Right. What do you mean URL? I'm just making this thing simple. Yeah, that's how it should swing and work. Right, okay. I'm not going to include an SWF or preloader thing. Usually what we would have like there was a long tradition of it until we just suddenly stopped doing it. Where we would have custom preloaders, a little play button that only activated once the thing had loaded in. Now Flash loads up immediately now. So it's like technically we don't need them, but it's still it's still very much a thing that this thing and this and yes, this confirms the noise is going to probably get quite annoying. Um, uh, Frap, yeah. So I don't know if I'm actually even going to be able to do a lot. 'Cause it's like this is the idea is like I wanted to try and figure out okay what's the shortest I can do because like not as it's definitely not going to be the shortest Clockday project though. Like the there was one that I did a few years back which Svegen that was definitely going to be that's definitely the shortest I'll ever do because it's like yeah I'm not going to be through in that situation again. But most of the time I usually start these quite early on in the day. I just realised like, I had an energy drink that I was going to drink while I did this, and I've forgotten to bring it. Oh well. Um, also, this is probably the most energy intensive this little setup is going to be. Um, Backgrounds. There's not really going to be background. Um, what's it called? Was it foreground? Foreground. Yeah. Okay. That's I think is all I'm going to need. Uh, Once again, right. Just gonna thingy this in. Once again, I've not used Flash in over a year at this point, and there's a lot of people who will question my use of Flash for animation. Once again, this is a very long traditional thing, um, and a lot of what I'm doing is literally just again traditions that have been going on for 20 years now. I'm still impressed sometimes. It's like wow, it's 20 years since Svegen since it's been over 20 years since the clock crew started, and it's like I was 11 years old when I friggin' discovered the clock crew, and it's just shocking to me that things have gone on that long, you know. It's longer. It's been longer since then than it has been since it started, right? And the clock crew was old when I was like it was about I was 6, 5, 6 years old at that point, and it's like in the internet terms, it's like that was a thing that was quite impressive. It's like by 2007, YouTube had only been around for about 2 or 3 years, whereas Newgrounds goes all the way back to the 90s, and so like the idea that I would still be making Clockday stuff for as long as I have, it's like I'm now more than double the age I was when I started doing this. It's really it is really surprising. I will say that. You know, it's I wouldn't say I didn't expect to do it because I definitely did. If you had asked me back then, oh, do I think I'll still be making Clockday stuff um that long in the future? I would 100% say yes. Now I don't know how to do a chain, so I'm just going to do this a couple of times and hope that people get the get the idea. Sometimes, and this is one of the wonders of it, right? We, oops, I do need to make sure it's perfectly circular, or people are not going to think it's a chain. Um, with how things are nowadays, especially with the advent of AI and stuff like that, like it's considered odd that well, people need a start in places, but with AI, I think people are going to get disheartened that the stuff they're making doesn't immediately look good, right? Because a long time ago, like when I was part of the clock, when I started in the clock crew, right? I had to start somewhere. Everybody has to start somewhere, right? But I had Clockday as a thing that was like, hey, I do have somewhere to start. If I upload if I upload things on Clockday, then immediately I'm going to pass the quality control because that was the point of Clockday. Clockday was the time that you pick up a pencil because not only is it better if you have something that is lower effort than normally would be appropriate, um, you also are in that sense allowed to you're allowed to make something that's by all means technically bad quality, but if you make it you know but the clockwork had a sort of charm around it because it was able to do that. But as I said, I was 11 years old, right? Smeggin, what 11-year-olds Smeggin do animation these days, Smeggin, and it's like, yeah, have I improved since I was 11 years old? If you look back at my old Newgrounds stuff, you'll see that yes, I have improved. Uh, even if sort of even if not very much, if I was actually trying, sure, I would be doing a lot more. But it's not really the point of Clock Day. Clock Day is a celebration of a lot of people's first foray into the internet. Like the Clock Crew is a strong internet culture. Is one of the few things on the internet from back in the day that was just, hey, this is this is messing around, like have fun. And the clock crew is all about fun. There's a lot of people who are, there's a lot of people who never liked us back in the day, and there's good reasons for them not to like us, right? But um, you know, it's one of the things of like I'd rather like I'd rather have a laugh, and and I will say it's like there are very good Clock Crew members. Like a lot of people had this misconception that Clock Crew were just a spam group. And because we were the first, it's a case of like, yes, we've been founded by this 14-year-old who literally uploaded a movie that to annoy as much people as possible. We were trolls from the start, but we evolved. We made things that were funny. And because it wasn't just funny to us, where it's like, oh yeah, look at their reactions, look at how we can make them angry. It's not that anymore. After a little while, that joke gets old, right? And that, and that's one of those things of like, you do mature a bit, and there were people who legitimately were good at animation, who and and I would argue they're still good at animation. Like, but there were a lot of people who had that start, and where actually I should make it yellow. I like yellow text, black background in terms of my subtitles. Um, there are a lot of people who very much like wanted they disliked us because we were that low quality group. But that low quality was how a lot of us got the start. This I would not have confidence in making a full animation like normally, but I can make it in Clockwork style because we have such a simple thing. Can I make Spiconi a yawn? What's a yawn sound like?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. What?
Yeah, I think I can get away with that. I'll just put yawn. Hmm. All right. If it would actually right, okay, that's why it's because of this main touchpad. This touchpad is so sensitive. I don't understand why, honestly. What's this sort of anime thing for yawning? Because it's like I know that there's a little. I'm just gonna go up on YouTube and search for what a friggin' Animal Crossing character does yawning like, which is also another one of those advantages with for Clock Crew, we have like we emote like Smine cartoon characters, and that makes it really easy to do. Um, yeah, right, a circle, 2 circles, right? Okay, copy the clock from this one into the next one. Once again, it's like sometimes I'm trying to set the scene as sort of just waking up, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Uh, Animal Crossing does it with a very thick circle, transparent filling. Right. A lot of old culture like this is actually is built on influence, right? A lot of what I'm going to do today is really just reference culture, but that's where a lot of a lot of old Newgroundic a lot of old Newgroundic culture starts. You start off with reference humor, and to develop original humor really is a sort of when you get to a much higher tier. It's a tier that I personally don't feel like I've reached yet. But yeah, Once again, I don't know if I'm setting the scene a little bit too much. Like, I really should check, and I've just realised I've been animating this as if Smegging it's meant to be Smegging 30 frames per, like 60 frames per second. Uh, I should really press enter and see how long it is that you're waiting. I really should cut those down by about 30 frames. And then I'll animate something, but I don't know what we call it. I've come to calling it a talker, right? But for some I don't I literally have no idea where this has its origins. Uh, but we make a sort of this weird triangle shape, right? That we use, right? I'll make it white on black background, right? Okay, it can't be parallel. Once again, it's the thing of like I'm trying to think of the shape properly. It's like we make this shape, right? Fill it with black, right? And we move this up and down. And I have no idea what we call this. I call it a talker, right? But this is how we distinguish who's talking. Once again, it is a very you know, it's a very it's a very sort of unique thing to the clock through that's definitely built off it's definitely built off the ideas that we are influenced by cartoons and anime, but I don't have any kind of thing except for that, you know. It's like I don't have any reference of like when did we start using it, who invented it, you know. You know, it's not even that easy because it's like, you know, if you look back to the original clocks like Orange Clock and stuff like that, you don't really see much animation problem. Um, like, you know, it's like that transition between, yeah, it's like we were a lot closer to, you know, we had to earlier stuff where it's like the better, like even higher quality animation stops using the talker. Usually you'll see the clock itself more animated to display talking. But yeah, yep, movie clip. No, it's 12 frames per second. So, alright, 24 going down. Right, I'm gonna actually. It's fine. I need to be careful about this. Actually, I'm gonna save. This doesn't come up for my entire file system, does it? And please don't crash. I would rather not have to restart this entirely. That being said, I am using a program that I think is 2 decades old at this point. So Yeah, it doesn't seem to. So I'll just a new thing in documents. Just flash. Right. Okay, I'm actually going to start this and create a motion tween. It's always better to have it slightly offset. It just sort of looks more natural. 24 times 2, 48. Yeah, it does have the occasional slowdown, as I believe it's trying to make up for several years worth of swinging. There we go. Right, so how fast does the talker move? A very slow talker. We'll take out about 12 frames. Once again, nothing has to be exact. I'll take the subtitles from before. Like, I never didn't measure them, but I like to make sure that the subtitles are at least in a predictable place. You know, your eye knows where to go and stuff. Sorry, the Svegan. One, I can't see the thing because white background, and two, it's thingied. So this for some reason, right? This tiny keyboard has really weird thingies.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, actually, I need to know how much thingy I need to thingy. I really should just swing. Oh right, that's why. Because I'm running the processor at 4 watts, even if I've got it plugged into a graphics card. Now the graphics card is completely redundant. I'm just using the graphics card because it's plugged to my monitor, and I kind of it also allows me more things plugged in because I'm having the monitor also like it also powered through this graphics card, but it keeps everything down in terms of cost. You know, not cost, power usage, organization. I don't know. I'll up the wattage just slightly because it's not like I'm not. It's not like I'm going in full power saving mode to work this. For some reason, that if if you go to 4 watts, you feel the lag. You know. Whereas if you just up it by like 1 or 2 watts, the lag pretty much completely goes away, and you feel like you're using an actual computer from the modern day instead of something from like 10 years ago. Yeah, it's just modern Windows. I think it's because Windows use a lot of RAM and overhead, you know? Just double check. I'm gonna save as in the new Clockday 2025 thing, so I can just pop everything, every sound file I need in there. Okay, and I can just import. I think I just click import to stage. I know it. I can import to library, but it's just weird. But I've put in sound in the subtitles thing. Just measure out until the thing is done. Usually at the very end of the sound file is a good place to make a new frame where you just sort of remove the subtitle, because it's something I made a mistake with when I was really young. Because it's like common sense would say, oh, if you've got more time to read, you'll understand the dialogue better. But you don't. If you get rid of the subtitles immediately when a person stops talking, the for some reason you understand it instantly, right? Whereas if you're given too much time to think, it doesn't process quite as well. Um, oh,
Wait.
I also need to remove the talker actually. One of the things I've always liked. Flash is so instinctual. If I just prove it with clicking test movie, right? Do you even see it if I click test movie? No, you don't.
Wait.
Yeah. Also, break after dialogue. Just enough time to give the audience a breather. Should be thingied. There we go. A
I'm
bit.
not sleeping on the floor.
There we go. Right. Okay. I'm like, I'm gonna make references to something I've never seen in this, so I'm gonna hope that it still works. Because I need a second character to bounce off. Is the thing. I don't know. It's like, I'm not a master of visual humor, so I need to be able to at least write dialogue humor, and it's going to be a little bit absurd because I don't know. It's just a usually my humor is quite farcical, so yeah, there we go.
I'm not sleeping on the floor.
That's not what I was meant to copy. It should be the. Hmm, really, it's been an hour. Ah, if it's been an hour and I've not even through the first scene. It's one of those ones where I do enjoy it, but it's then again actually getting up to do things is something's quite hard for me. So
Where the smeg am I?
I hope that the contrast between it shouldn't be actually because I've looking at the thing and it's like half the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about half as much. Um, Probably should actually have it slightly lower, but not by too much.
Okay.
Right, cool. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So it's really basic stuff, but as I say, a lot of it is very good for sort of budding animators because a lot of Clockday members became like this. You know, a lot of people they start off with this kind of animation style, but because it's about having fun, you learn so much more from it. You know, and a lot of them go on to become really good at it. I didn't, but you know, Svegan. That's because I honestly didn't care that much. Like the issue with me is that I'm really embarrassed around like like you know I have that sort of celebrity shock when I'm around clock crew members where I look up to them a little bit too much. So getting so that fear of rejection is way too high for me, even though they're literally just guys that just Svegan that went through the same thing that I did. Just they got slightly better animation and I got slightly worse. You know, they have a better sense of humor. But I'm just, you know, it's like I shouldn't be that self-conscious around them. You know, I just see them as so so important to me. But considering, you know, it's like, yeah,
Wait, I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Alright. And now I need to figure out what the guy from Saw looks like. And it's like, a lot of these are based around stuff I've done, and I've done a lot of escape rooms as of recently. And so, despite the fact I've never seen Saw, like, it's one of those things that I need to sort of, like, I was like, what character can I have to bounce off of? Like, just thinking spit math on couldn't I? So it's like I could be more lazy than I am. Yeah, like you know, I won't trace bitmap. I'll do it entirely myself. Once again, sometimes it's about being janky in your own way. Yeah, and I'll just swing thingy. I normally do this with that was a terrible spiral. I'm doing that again. And then it has black hair and is balding. So I'll just. I know this thing from more from Smeagol's Scary Movie than I do from Smeagol's Saw. Crap, that's the wrong layer. You never get around it, do you? And it's meant to be on a TV. Isn't it? There you go. Whatever, it's good enough. It's meant to be disguised anyway, so it doesn't really matter that thingy.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm just testing out some of these Smeagol things. Traditional head just use this one though. Ah, man, this is Smeagol terrible. Okay.
Hello.
Hmm. Okay. Right. Okay, no question mark at the end. Probably transfer this over though. It's odd sometimes with the thing here. So I can do that and I can get more space, but it's not going to work very well. What's that here? But I'm working half off instinct now, like saying body's immediately like, ah, you're tired now. Don't give very little break so I can thingy the idea that it's a two-way conversation.
Hello, television man. Okay.
Okay, I've realised I've been using the wrong voice, but Svegan, that doesn't matter. The guy's just tired.
Hello, television man.
Right. Okay. I might try a subtitle system that I saw from a guy that I've been watching on YouTube. Like, it's once again the thing of like uh like a man called Seals are good. Like he's making one of the series he's making is just basically Star Wars, but Anakin has a degree in Darth Plagueis the Wise studies. So it's, you know, there's like his way of doing subtitles is slightly different. I'm gonna have to actually test the timing of here though. I'll, I'll pre-prep the thing.
Where the smeg am I?
Hello.
Where the smeg am I?
Oh, wrong button. That's I need to actually import the thing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that pasting the thing would also paste the audio for it. Yeah, it's roughly the same anyway.
Where the smeg am I?
So I change that.
Hello.
Hello, television man.
That might be jarring. I'm going to displace the television a little bit. I'll move everything slightly to the left. I should move everything but the subtitles slightly to the left. Right, slightly to the right, actually. Because I need to. You notice the things. It's like if I notice them now,
Where the smeg
it's
am I?
gonna create odd things.
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I'm actually going to double the weight here just so that people can if people settle in what's happening. I don't know, give the audience just a little bit of time to think because you've got to thingy the grey time. It's I don't know if grey time is the swinging word for it, but swinging. I'll
I would like to.
Okay. I would like to.
All right, if it can load up the thing. Right, does that not export? Oh, it did now. And the whole point of this is that I need to cut it off just at the right time.
I would like to.
once again, this little line of dialogue is to try and get in a much more playful attitude from the characters. Because it's like we've got Hello Television Man, which already sounds quite childish, so I want to increase that childish. So
Happy Clockday.
I want to make it so that
Okay.
the mood is set.
Happy Clockday.
Because I need to make it so that it seems more also I need to do this with a smile. That is smug, not smile. Hmm. What's it? It's like the expression's very subtle, just from the perspective of a human, you know. So I need to think it.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
I don't know if how well that's actually going to work. I'm going to have to rewind a little bit.
Hello.
Hello, Television Man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
I need to make a level of awkward silence. I'll probably split it halfway between this scene and the next scene. Because it's like I've got to give the audience a break, and then I've got to give the the reaction shot some time. gonna just try and get scene consistency here. There are little things that, like, back in the day, I just didn't care about, and you can tell by you tell from them. It's like they're just little subtle things nowadays, and it's like because I'm still putting in minimal effort, I'm doing what I would like to get done, um, you know, as quick as possible. I don't even know if I'm going to
Right,
succeed.
well,
Okay. Okay. Right, well,
I don't even know if this will export properly. Like everyone, and you need to put in swing and punctuation for Speakonia to thingy it. Once again, Speakonia is another one of those things that's over 2 decades old. So it's like, yeah, all of this stuff I'm using exactly as I did, Smegging a decade ago. How many decades ago? So almost 2 decades since I started. It's still, it was 2007 that I started making animations. So, jeez, I've come a long way. I should save. Once again, it's been 2 hours. What? Well, according to the thing, I've only been streaming for one, but that's okay because this is legitimately a very dialogue focused Clockday movie.
right, well,
I think that's actually too much of a rest that that's given on the thing, so I'm going to cut it earlier. Or at least I would if the swinging thing would thingy. Once again, this is an old thing. I don't want to try and rush this thing through, like just in case it's because it's old, you know. It's thinking old stuff like Flash. One of Flash's big miracles is that Smeggin works years later. Trap run button. It's like it's got perfect compatibility years later. That is one of the huge things that people don't really thingy these days. People don't really get. It's like, like even back in the day, stuff from the 90s still worked in the late 2000s, right? Like there was you know, there was no issues with compatibility at all throughout all of Flash's life span, which is why like it dying was really felt like such a crime because it like everything that tried to replace it was fraught with issues. What was it? What was this fucking thing called again? Right, okay, cool, cool. So there's
I would like to play game.
to export that. I did export that. Good. Once again, after a while of doing animation, I started to go friggin' mental. Well, no, I did nothing. Uh, I probably didn't need to use two completely separate WAV files, uh, but Smeg eh. Because that's what I've realised I could have just, did the thing where I've spent stop all sounds. Oh yeah, stop all sounds doesn't always work with thingy, so maybe it's best. I use if I if I decide to upload it to YouTube as well, then it would be Snegging thingy. Once again, like, I'm surprised that types it perfectly well. Um, I've got because this keyboard's really small. I've got little things for trying to type it out. Oh crap! I've just friggin' attached that to four things. I didn't even know I could do that. Once again, I've not. I use Flash for 1 day every year, so
Right, well, I would like to play game.
right, be right back. Man, it is way too hot today. It's been hot all friggin' week, man. It's been friggin' killing me. I swear, like, yeah, it's the first time I felt like I was gonna faint from the heat. Like that's friggin' rare for me to feel like that, but you know, 'cause kept a glass bottle in my bag, right? So it's shaded in my bag, and I went for a walk. It's friggin' doctor says I should try and go out as often as I can. And Smeggin, by the time I got to the little resting place, 3/4 of the way through my journey, Smeggin, the glass bottle was lukewarm. Smeggin, that's how hot it's been. Even shade can't save you. So I'm in a directly shaded place right now. I've got Smeggin fan on. I've got a little Smeggin ice thing around my neck to try and keep myself cool. Still doesn't Smeggin feel like it.
unless you rechained up.
Swiggin. Who puts a swiggin apostrophe next to a swiggin spacebar? It's It's definitely not the worst thing. Swiggin. The worst thing is the swiggin placement of the FN key. Swiggin. It's I'm playing Helldivers. I kind of expect it to be next to the space key so I can dive. I can't dive with that though. So it's like I need to tuck it in because it's next to the control key for some reason. I can't exactly rotate my hand. Did I? Alright. Did I not click the thingy button? Jeez, even a cold drink doesn't Spain cool me down.
To escape your chains you will need to pick up the saw and saw through your own surfa.
Hmm. Let's change all.
To escape your chains, you will need to.
I guess dog in background. The dog likes to lean over the fence and look and watch my rabbit. Scares the crap out of my rabbit every once in a while. Lock the subtitles file because this is a new scene. Um, don't quite work like that. You know, for these things. That's in the right layer. Oh,
How the hell are you already out?
oh, I accidentally picked up the subtitle as well. Whoops. I'll draw sort of a saw here. Probably should pop to the thing on the other side. Oh well. Can fix this by being lazy. There we go. Let's pop a door in for continuity's sake. I think that's the door coloured. Yellow handle as oh, and another advert. I was looking forward to another thing, and yeah, that's just a person joining. But oh well. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay.
How the hell are you already out?
gonna put on do the test movie thing to see if I've got the timing right. That is odd. What's that? Oh, it's Windows.
Wait. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well. I would like to play a game.
Oh,
To
I've
escape your
gotten
chains,
the.
you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Right, okay. It does actually seem to work, but I have gotten subtitles slightly wrong.
You will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains, you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Wow, I've had a good Smeggin run of everything actually Smeggin typing properly, and then Smeggin this one just didn't.
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock PRK500.
Okay.
That is.
Okay.
There we go. So yeah, so I've certain voices for everybody. Smeggin this specific pitch is what I've always used.
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock PRK500.
I'm gonna see if I can actually pinpoint the exact frame.
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock PRK500.
Roughly about here. And I can insert a blank keyframe. And I can just grab. I do need it bigger. Not that big. I'm trying to figure out hands, you know. Just thinking that looks brown to me for some reason. I'm fine zooming in as well. I know it's too dark. I think that the swinging, the actual lock itself is actually a bit brighter than that. Do this instead. And then paint over it with swinging this.
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock the RK500.
It was a very sad doggle. Once again, swinging. It looks like it should be a comma, but for some odd reason, the swinging button is an apostrophe. And I swear, this swinging, I've double tapped space twice in that, swinging out the format.
So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock the RK500.
So swinging moved just by a swing centimeter or something, and that's enough to annoy me. So I'm just having to move that back. Right. Right, okay. Swinging, almost 2 hours of swinging work on this, right? But at the very least, I feel like I'm halfway through. So I might actually get this out during Clockday.
So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock the RK500.
Yeah, this is another one of those things that's like technically this is actually based off a real event. Um, like what this is actually based what this little bit is based off is that me and Hawkrick were doing an escape room, and it wasn't a very good escape room. So like there were some combination locks, right? They weren't a real master lock BRK 500. The reason why I've chosen that is because the BRK 500 is literally designed to be easy to break. Right? It's one of those subtle absurdities that I like to throw in every once in a while because by all things, it's like the a lot of the way I do these little things is it's absurd to a level that you don't realize, and and that's how it sort of it becomes almost naturally absurd to the point where you can believe it. So I can also break it again with more absurdity. Um, that's my general thing. Right. I'm gonna have to also isolate where the
Well,
thingies.
you locked the chains with a Master Lock BRK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another Master Lock BRK500.
Copy pasta. The vest tool. Right. Hmm. I'm just realizing the talker's not there. I forgot to re-add it. Oh, let's see. I do love the simplicity of this design. Did I finish talking about the combination combinatorial lock? I don't think I did. Um, Svein, yeah. We were in a really we were in an escape room. It wasn't very good. Uh, so like, but the thing is that me and Hawkwreck actually instinctually know how to pick locks, right? Both of us have been in certain security industries, or at least training to be part of them. So both of us actually were able to like. So one day, Hawkwreck bought a lock picking practice set, and both of us pretty much instinctually learned how to pick locks. Um, I I learned, he learned sort of more further than me. So in this little escape room where we kind of got tired because the puzzles just weren't very good, and they used really cheap locks. And the worst part, they used inconsistent locks. So even though I knew the code, I didn't know how to unlock them because they were different from the other locks that they had already used. Um, and so, like, Hawkwreck just felt the lock and instinctually unlocked it because he could guess he could feel where the numbers were, right? So he felt for the numbers and unlocked it. And then at one point we actually had to ask the guide, "Hey, we're stuck. Can you give us a hint?" And he came in. He was like, "How did you get that open? You're meant to get that open until you're in this room, and you're not in this room yet." And they were like, "Yeah, sorry, we know how to pick locks." I'll just reuse some old thingy. Now I need to. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Your silly little sequence break won't do you any good anyway.
Wait. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well. You will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock the RK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock the RK500.
Right, well.
Okay. I have no idea that joke's going to land. But yeah, it is in fact a bit of a lock-picking lawyer reference because I just watch him for fun. Because like, once again, it's the case of like I don't actually have any use for the my lock-picking skills as such. Like it would have kind of been helpful working in security kind of thing, but I can't work in security anymore anyway. I can't walk, so that's kind of a big problem. Uh, I'll move it back to this scene. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that the would the long bits on an H be considered? Is there a word for them? I'm gonna Google that. Give me a second. No, that's not what I'm asking. Mm, right, okay, apparently it's stroke. If Snake It Leg will do, like it's not. Okay, I probably should give just a little bit of rest time after that. Okay, right.
Your silly little sequence break won't do you any good anyway. Yep, well, I've come a long way. I'd save if I were me. Right, okay. Yeah, I kind of wish that I had little I noticed that this doesn't have the viewer number viewer um
like thing he never used to have. So sort of, I know that the general thing is, hey, you shouldn't be looking at your viewer count. It'll drive you mad. It's like looking at, but people say the same thing about looking at clocks while you're working, and I completely disagree with them. People say it's like, oh no, the day will never go by if you keep looking at the clock because a watch pot never boils, and it's like I completely disagree. Like to me, the day goes much faster if I have a clock to look at, and singing, and it does help that once I see the clock reach a certain amount, I start singing because like I have like at least 2 hours worth of internal jukebox that I start singing at the end of the day, just to be like, yeah, no, I can you know, this is my countdown to the end of the day, which means I can have, I just need to get past this last tiny bit before I can go home. And I'd like to say I could go home and play games, but when I had a job, I never had the time to go home and play games.
To escape your chains, you will need to.
That is the wrong sound effect. No, thingy, because it's like that's deceptive where the audio file stops. That being said, I do really like how Flash always did that. Like having I can perfectly sync the audio files, and it's really easy to do so. Just saying, my GPU is really flashing at me. Hmm. Hmm. It's length away from your ability to grab it. Hmm. Okay.
The key to escape this room is on the shelf.
Jeez. Man, I'm glad I brought energy drink at least. Ugh. 'That's really distracting. I don't know why they swing and decided to. You know what? I can turn it off, can't I? There we go. Swinging RGB off on that GPU. Don't really like RGB anyway. Really, I just prefer a sort of blue faded light, honestly. Nope, that did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh well. Just copy and paste in place. It'll do it. $7 o'clock. No, but I just move this around again. There we go. And of course it doesn't thingy.
The key to escape this room is on the shelf. On reaching that key will be impossible without you sacrificing an arm or a leg.
Huh. What day is it today? Friday? Friday. Right.
So good luck reaching that. So good luck reaching that.
Hmm. Should be the other way round. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Pasta.
Where the hell did you get cactus? Where the hell did you get a cactus?
This is another one of those things that just seems really weird, but it's again it does once again based off real events. You know. Once again, the beauty of animation. Focus can be depicted like that. I posted that in the wrong layer. Right, okay. Right, okay. Zoom in just a little bit more to properly be able to draw this cactus. Now, there once again is a very good reason why this is a cactus, and it's a it's an almost dumb reason, but the the completely baffling, the astronomically low chance that it was a cactus is honestly shocking. That when a friend mentioned it again as a potential thing I could put in my Clockday project, I was like, yeah, actually, that works very well. There we go. Now I need to find cactus color. Cactus is green, right? Pots are brown. There we go. And to depict the leaves, I'll go for a sort of lighter brown. And so then this would be much easier with a graphics tablet, but I don't have a graphics tablet, so. actually have to convert this to a symbol because if it moves, and there's just a chance. The cactus. Right, okay. I could do this smoothly, but I think it'd be slightly funnier if I didn't. I want it to be slightly janky. Things. Can I do this? I can. Okay, be right back. Alright, back. Yep, everything working again, and I should have thingy the text. Cool. Alright, back to animating this. Alright. This may be the only bit of actual animation in this as well. Alright.
Where the hell did you get a cactus?
Once again, this is another very unlikely. Oh crap, no, I need to thingy this. It's really odd because I can just copy and paste it to export it as a file, and what ends up happening is if you have a question mark and you try and save something with a question mark, it really smegs the thing. It really smegs up the little save file thing. Ugh. I think I might have been drinking this too fast. This energy drink too fast. I can't manipulate this as easily. Import sound to the stage. This is all just classic animation. This is all stuff that I had to swing and figure out myself when I was 11. I wasn't very good at it when I was 11 either. Well, that's me accidentally trying to import the same thing twice. I never know. After a while, it's kind of smegs your brain to be working on an animation for too long, and it's the reason why I only do it one day a year now. I used to spend several days making animations. Like it used to be like a 3 day endeavor, but like I legitimately after a while developed the style to click in myself rather than rather than just get better at animation, because it is one of those things of like I was very busy with high school for most of my time animating, so I really didn't have that much time. Like Clockday comes round about the start of school starting back up usually. Like I believe school starts like next week, like on Monday in like 3 days, So, I didn't really have the time. This was kind of the last hurrah before swinging things go back to swinging the terror of school. Alright. Test movie. Once again, you won't be able to see this, but I can't be bothered fixing the thing for it. So you'll get to see it in full. I say full HD. Full HD actually is 1080p, which this is not. This is literally in 360p.
I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well. You will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock, the RK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock, the RK500.
Right, well. Your silly little sequence break won't do you any good anyway. The key to escape this room is on the shelf. Unreaching that key will be impossible without you sacrificing an arm or a leg. So good luck reaching that. Where the hell did you get a cactus?
Yeah, I'm not sure this subtitle style works, honestly. I think I'm better off
So good luck reaching that. Where the hell did you get a cactus? To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out? I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well. You will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock, the RK500.
Well, due to quantum fluctuations,
Okay. Well, due to quantum fluctuations, the chance of a cactus spawning into our universe here.
Come on. So again, I clicked Vax face.
The chance of a cactus spawning into our universe. is impossibly low but never zero.
Now, I'm not going to say that this is how physics works. In fact, it's more likely that this is not, in fact, how physics works.
Is impossibly low but never zero.
I know that there is like individual atoms, or maybe it's just quarks, honestly, that sometimes just spawn into the universe just from time to time. They just come out of literally nowhere. Or at least I've heard that that's the case. I cannot explain the physics around that though. Um, and I don't expect to understand the physics around that because it's probably extremely, you know, it's probably extremely complicated and very conditional. However, the universe is swinging weird, and that's cool. You know, I'm gonna record this line earlier.
Okay. Is impossibly low but never zero. Okay. Is impossibly low but never zero.
Okay, and off to this one.
Okay. What?
There we go. Export this. That's almost done. It's also almost 8 o'clock, which is fine. It's taking about as much time as I predicted to. I was like, I'll probably get this done in about 6 hours because that's one of the shorter time frames that I've had to make a Clockday project. I've come a long way. I'd save if I were me. Right, okay. Nah, car. It's not even giving me a fright. Okay. And I'll just do a little bit of shape tweening. Man, that paste in place button really isn't swinging working today. Yeah, motion tweening really is such a swing useful tool. Enough to process what's just happened. I don't know if I'll add sound. I should add sound. I don't know if I will. That is so odd. So once again, I'm going to do a test and everything. Yeah, I probably should add sound effects, actually.
Wait. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well, you will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock the RK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock the RK500.
Right, well, your silly little sequence break won't do you any good anyway. The key to escape this room is on the shelf. Unreaching that key will be impossible without you sacrificing an arm or a leg. So good luck reaching that. Where the hell did you get a cactus?
Well, due to quantum fluctuations, the chance of a cactus spawning into our universe is impossibly low, but never zero.
But,
Is impossibly low, but never zero.
Another thing I'm kind of surprised about. If I can do this. Also going to remove some frames so that it looks like it's dropping faster. Hmm.
I still don't understand how.
Man, it's still taking ages to thingy. It's making 3 hours, man.
Well, I still don't understand how. But you've somehow outsmarted me. But you've somehow outsmarted me. But you've somehow outsmarted me or something.
Right. Do I still have charge on my phone? I do, apparently. Alright, for the last little bit, I'll maybe do it until that thing runs out of charge. Save again. Stack. I probably should have inserted slightly more frames, just a small break. Oops. I don't even know how that happened. Like, it's fine. I don't know if that'll capture on screen, but it's fine. Like, my mouse was nowhere near that.
But you somehow outsmarted me or something.
Hmm.
go back to Clocktopia, live your life, pay your bills, do your work for Clockday. Now go back to Clocktopia, live your life, pay your bills, make your Clockday celebrations. Now go back to Clocktopia, live your life, pay your bills, make your Clockday celebrations or whatever.
Hmm. What a smeg is N in the alphabet? Did I not export this? No, I didn't apparently. Hmm. Wait, no, I need to include the talker, don't I? And what now? It's friggin' flips. The talking from another part.
Nah, I think I'll go back to sleep.
Okay. Nah, I think I'll go back to sleep.
I don't know what the thing, because there used to be a sound bite that we would use at the end of a Flash movie. I don't know if that's from anything.
Nah, I think I'll go back to sleep.
Okay. There we go. Now I need to do the a little bit of touch up just to make sure that I've made sure that subtitles are all completely readable. Man, I have made this very fast. So I've done legitimately the minimal amount of animation in this. I don't even know what I can call this animation.
Wait. I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man!
I would like to.
Happy Clockday!
Right, well, you will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a Master Lock the RK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another Master Lock the RK500.
Right, well, your silly little sequence breaker won't do you any good anyway. The key to escape this room is on the shelf. Unreaching that key will be impossible without you sacrificing an arm or a leg. So good luck reaching that. Where the hell did you get a cactus?
Well, due to quantum fluctuations, the chance of a cactus spawning into our universe is impossibly low, but never zero.
But,
Is impossibly low, but never zero.
well, I still don't understand how. But you've somehow outsmarted me or something. Now go back to Clocktopia, live your life, pay your bills, make your Clockday celebrations or whatever.
Nah, I think I'll go back to sleep.
Okay. There are things I need to touch up a bit on. Mostly around this scene here. Okay, and now I need to just make black boxes around subtitles. Actually, I shouldn't do that here because it does that. Okay, I have no idea where that went. I definitely didn't delete it. Ah, that's what happened to it. Now we've got to see if the yawn sound effect is going to be anywhere. Nah. Right, okay. Huh. So, man, that's shockingly hard to see to find that. I don't have Audacity installed either, so I can't edit it. And then, hmm. No, I can't do that without. I can't even cut it without having to mess with Animal Crossing music. We'll just give it a try and
Yeah. What?
it'll do. One I might use, though, in terms of sound effects, is the metal pipe. Smeagol's such an odd way of getting sound effects. Can I just drag this in? Apparently not. I'd like to just drag it into the library, please. I don't want to make an entirely new project file. Nope, it's not letting me. Hmm. I don't want to have to sit and convert it to WAV, but you know, Smeagol. It's simplest Smeagol thing. I know WAV will work. WAV always works. Smeagol. I don't know why Smeagol does that though. So I'm just importing a sound file. To me, there are one or more problems reading it. It's a Smeagol WAV file. Yeah, Smeagol. It's definitely Smeagol working. Smeagol. I'll not bother. Svegen, it makes sense that one of them might Svegen have trouble, not Svegen both of them. So I'm gonna assume that that's Flash's problem, not mine.
https://www.yelp.com/watch z equals inlet 5 hqgm.
Yeah, nah, I don't think I can get the rest off him like Svingen. I think I'm just legitimately stuck on not being able to Svingen add the sound effects I want to today. Svingen, at this point, I'm just tired. I can't be offered anymore. I just want to get this uploaded. Ah, for Smegg's sake, come on. Don't want it to do much. For Smegging, I miss clicking half of Smegging movies, Smegging gone. Oh, come on. Just Smegging, give me the Smegging wah. Right, okay. Got to test the movie one more time. Make sure everything's running fine. Actually, no, I've still got Smegging the subtitle boxes. At least this is relatively easy. This just puts enough contrast so that I know exactly what's going on, you know. swinging. Like, you're watching it, and I'm getting flashbacks to the swinging dream I had while I was swinging too lazy to actually start working on my Clockday project. And swinging, I still don't remember anything about the dream. I just remember parts of it. You know, it's like you can remember the feeling, but you can't remember what the smeg was going on, you know? Oh, and yeah, the cactus thing. Uh, well, there is Glasgow is a city of about what 600,000 people, right? And in those 600,000 people, right? The very chances of me and a friend somehow meeting another friend whose nickname is the Cactus Fan, right? Sveggin out of out of Sveggin, you know, out of everybody, like he doesn't even live in Glasgow. He was there, I believe, to pick up mail, right? And went down a different path that he normally would during the only time where we happened to be walking down that path itself as well, right? There is like none of us live in Glasgow. So like there is an astronomically small chance that we could have met up, especially because we were talking about each other earlier on that day. You know, it's like there is like the chances of what happening were swinging near zero, but they happened. And Svegan, like to this day, I don't think the like I don't know the chances of it happening. Half of me wants to calculate it, but I don't. I'm honestly shocked that Svegan we saw him because there was no reason for any of that to have happened. Like, and it's become honestly a miracle, you know, because it's like, oh yeah, this means that we're back in contact with him. Like, and legitimately, I've been, hanging out with the guy a lot more often ever since that happened. And it's because it's like one of those things of we're happy to have him just back in our life, because swinging it was we'd completely lost contact, and then just out of all the things that could have happened, Sven, we met him in a random city at a completely random time that we only decided to go to, like, the night before, you know. Sven, an absolute miracle. Which is why a cactus randomly appears. It is, chance incarnate.
Wah. Wait, I'm not sleeping on the floor. Where the snake am I?
Hello.
Hello, television man.
I would like to.
Happy Clockday.
Right, well. You will notice you're chained up. To escape your chains you will need to. How the hell are you already out?
Well, you locked the chains with a master lock the RK500. So to break it, I just needed to hit it with another master lock the RK500.
Right, well. Your silly little sequence break won't do you any good anyway. The key to escape this room is on the shelf. Unreaching that key will be impossible without you sacrificing an arm or a leg. So good luck reaching that. Where the hell did you get a cactus?
Well, due to quantum fluctuations, the chance of a cactus spawning into our universe is impossibly low, but never zero.
But,
Is impossibly low, but never zero.
well, I still don't understand how. But you've somehow outsmarted me or something. Now go back to Clocktopia, live your life, pay your bills, make your Clockday celebrations or whatever.
Nah, I think I'll go back to sleep.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with that. Time to export it as an SWF. All right. Once again, the portal is filled. Forgot to download Swivel. Didn't I download Swivel? I remember clicking this button earlier. Yeah. Okay, I downloaded it if I never actually installed it. And it's the last and it's the last thing I need to before I upload it to Newgrounds. All right, that's that. I have absolutely no idea if any of those jokes actually hit, but I'm also tired. So I forget these things are swinging deafening for me. Right. Swinging video bitrate. Just swinging. Got it to make sure that it works in the other file format so I can upload it as well. It's taking its a little bit of time to do so though. It's almost done. Legitimately just using the standard settings. Right, okay. Yeah. Let's do the audio. Swinging 4 hours of stream worked on that. I mean, that is probably the fastest I've gotten one done. I remember, like, because I used to legitimately book the entire day for Clockday. Like, I was like, yeah, I can't do anything. I'm swinging. I'm doing my Clockday stuff, and if I'm not making of my movies, I'm swinging. Voting 5 on everything in the portal. Oh, good. They've actually updated it to for the Clockday stuff. There we go. There we go. Swing. I took a swinging age to convert. But yeah, cool. I just upload it to Newgrounds. Uh, Alright, upload file, which huh. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's yeah. Oh wait, that's why. Oh, it's like, why do I have two of these? No nudity. There's no violence. There's a mention of violence, but there's no actual violence. I'd say some audio. Probably going to call the stream here then, because all I've got left to do is to upload this to Newgrounds. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I've been a person who goes by the name Listers, and I will see you guys next time. Oh no.